हाय शुभम। मैं तो रात में भी लेट सोई थी, 3 बजे समथिंग सोई थी। अम्मा ने 8:10 पे ही उठा दिया। आई हैव अ कंप्लेन। उन्होंने नहीं उठाया, लेकिन वो लोग शोर कर रहे थे और मैंने फिर से वापस सोने का कोशिश किया, लेकिन नहीं सो पाई। गुस्सा ही आ जाता है। आज तो मैं 3 आवर जितना ही सोई हूँ। अरे 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 अरे, चलो 50 मिनट वाली सेशन कर लेते हैं। कितना कुछ पढ़ना है। अरे 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 अरे, slow. Hey yo, good morning brother. चैट्स ऑफ कर दो। 9 ही तो लोग हैं, क्या ही ऑफ करना। लेकिन फिर भी तुम कह रहे हो तो हाँ, चेंज कर लेती हूँ। 20 मिनट। अटेंडेंस प्रेजेंट मैम, बाइनरी ऑप्शन ओके। भागना मत, तुम लोग सिर्फ अटेंडेंस देने आते हो, फिर पढ़ाई करते नहीं, भाग जाते हो। कहाँ गए लोग? कर दिया चैट्स ऑफ, लेकिन आई डोंट थिंक मॉर्निंग में कोई इतना बदमाश करेगा। बदतमीज लोग चले सिर्फ रात में आते हैं। रिवीजन से पहले स्टार्ट करते हैं। कौन सा चैप्टर रिवाइज करूं? लुक मोशन एंड मूवमेंट। भाई साहब कंप्लेन कर करके थक सकती हूँ मैं। मैंने स्लीप कंप्लीट नहीं किया, इसलिए मुझे काफ़ी आज पढ़ने में दिक्कत होगी। अभी से ही पूरा हीट फील हो रहा है बॉडी में। सा टेम्परेचर 2-3 डिग्री सेल्सियस ज़्यादा बढ़ा है, ऐसा फील हो रहा है। In embryo stage, myoblast greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not greater than or equal to 100 myoblast. In embryo stage, myoblast is equal to or greater than 100. Continuous division. Form single skeletal muscles. Myoblast form single skeletal muscles. Myoblast form single skeletal muscle. Syncytium. Cell की fusion होगी. Nucleus more than one. After fusion, multinucleated muscle fiber. Let me give a test first. Breathing and exchange of gases, body fluid and circulation, excretory products and their integration, locomotion and movement, neural control and coordination, chemical coordination and integration. 1 सेकंड ओके। मैं ना माइक ऑफ ही कर देती हूँ क्योंकि ना पीछे कोई म्यूजिक प्ले कर रहा है और ना वो आएगा, कॉपीराइट आएगा। निधि तुम पढ़ते रहना कि मैं तो चली सोने।
निधि तुम पढ़ते रहना कि मैं तो
यहाँ पर भी ऑन है। बाय सबैजनालाई, बाय बाय एभ्रीवन। निधि आर यू देयर? शुभम और निधि, मैं सेशन ऑफ कर दूं? निधि और शुभम, तुम दोनों हो क्या? ग्लिच आ गया है शायद। पता नहीं डिसेबल दिखा रहा है, क्यों ऐसा दिखा रहा है मुझे भी नहीं पता। ऑन ही है। चैट्स डिसेबल्ड। तुम दोनों पढ़ोगे कि क्या करोगे? मुझे तो सोने का दिल कर रहा है। लेकिन मैं श्योर नहीं हूँ सोऊंगी कि नहीं, कि अभी अम्मा के लिए चाय बना दूंगी, उसके बाद देखते हैं। ओके, निधि किधर गई? चैट्स ऑफ था, नहीं पता, ग्लिच दिखा रहा था, मैंने तो ऑन ही किया था तो ऑफ हो रहा था बार बार, पता नहीं क्यों। चलो मैं दुकान चल के आई। 20 मिनट का ही है ना? हाँ 20 मिनट का ही है मेरे लिए ना। 20 मिनट का ब्रेक है, आके डिसाइड करूँगी। ओके, कुछ ज़्यादा ही लंबा ब्रेक हो गया है, लेकिन क्या करूँ मैं। अम्मा के लिए चाय भी बनाना है, दुकान भी जाना है। ये मेरे लिए। ओके, ऐसा करो आप ना सो लो, 1 बजे से स्टार्ट करते हैं 8 बजे तक। नहीं, मुझे बीच में फिर क्लासेस के लिए भी जाना होता है ना, 4 पे है। और इस बार तो ना आज से आई थिंक 5 to 6 भी करना होगा। अभी तो 4 से 5 तक कर रहे थे, अभी 5 से 6 भी करना होगा। 2 स्लॉट रखेंगे ऐसा भैया ने बोला। तो मैं उस टाइम इवनिंग में नहीं पढ़ पाती ना, वैसे मैं खाना भी बनाती हूँ रात में, तो मेरा उतना इवनिंग में प्रोडक्टिव नहीं रहेगा। कंट्रोल कंट्रोल अभी ना मैं फोन और यही होना लगा तुम लोग कमेंट सेक्शन में लड़ाई कर रहे हो क्या? इतना लंबा ब्रेक है? हाँ वो तो मैं भी मानती हूँ। भरत कोई शेड्यूल ही नहीं है ना? जब जागो तभी सवेरा काइंड ऑफ थिंग। मुझे कुछ क्यों नहीं दिखाई दे रहा? मुझे क्या बोलूँ हो रहा था, शुभम ने बोल दिया कि भाई तू ही संभाल। मैं चली पढ़ने। बाइनरी ऑप्शन कोर्स। जियो और सी ये ना, मैं कहाँ लिंक शेयर करूँ, मैं नहीं कर सकती ना, बट यू कैन बाई इट फ्रॉम अमेजन। जाके देखना, हाँ टाइमर करके लिखना, खुद ही आ जाएगा। मेरे पास टेलीग्राम होता ना तो मैं ज़रूर सेंड कर देती वहाँ पर, लेकिन नहीं ना भी। सो आई होप यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड। अरे भाई साहब, बहन आप अपना शेड्यूल शेयर कर दो। जैसे मैंने बोला तो भरत, मेरे पास कोई शेड्यूल नहीं है, मैं जब जागती हूँ ना तभी पढ़ने लग जाती हूँ, और जब मेरा काम होता है तो मैं चली जाती हूँ। ऐसा कोई शेड्यूल नहीं है। ये शुभम लोग है ना, इन लोग तो बस मेरे दोस्त है ना, इसलिए ये लोग आते हैं यहाँ पर। भवा, शुभम, एलेक्स, जो जो है ना ये मॉडरेटर लोग। एलेक्स देखो, तुम्हारा नाम भी लेने से पहले मैं पहले नाम बोली, इसके बाद तुम आए। तो शेड्यूल नहीं है भरत। जियो और से कैसा जाएगा, नॉर्मल ही जाएगा ना। आज टेस्ट नहीं है क्या तुम्हारा? तो बैक टू बैक टेस्ट था ना एलेक्स। आज नहीं है। अयो, फॉर्मूला वो तो आपकी डिसीजन होगी ना, क्या पूछ रहे हो। Am I the first one to wish all the best, Alex? Am I the first one to wish या फिर शुभम ने जल्दी कर दिया? ओ नहीं तो हाँ मैं फर्स्ट हो गई क्योंकि शुभम ने अभी अभी किया। भरत तुम आउटसाइडर नहीं हो, तुम तो आउटसाइडर के भी आउटसाइडर हो, क्योंकि ना सब एस बी का मतलब सब नहीं है, एस बी का मतलब है शुभम। शुभम को शॉर्ट फॉर्म में हम लोग एस बी बोलते हैं। आई थिंक तुम नए हो। चलो छोड़ो, पढ़ाई करो पढ़ाई करो, उन सब में ध्यान मत दो। मैं नया चैप्टर स्टार्ट करूंगी, पता नहीं कहाँ से एनर्जी आ गई है ब्रेक लेने के बाद। अभी तो मर रही थी, लेकिन ना ग्लास को क्लियर करती हूँ। अनेकता एकता, एकता ही बल है, यूनिटी इज पावर, ऐसा कुछ होता है ना एक। अब आई थिंक शुभम यूनिटी दिखाएगा, क्योंकि नोनू इज इन द चैट सेक्शन। चलो मैं डर गई। मैं पढ़ने चली गई, ये देख के मैं पढ़ने क्या हो गया। एक्सक्यूज मी। वही तो एलेक्स, ये देख के ना मैं डर गई, मुझे लगा तुम भी चली गई हो ना, इसलिए। चलो पढ़ो सब लोग, क्या यार। एक मिनट। ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड पॉपुलेशन। Our living world is fascinatingly diverse and amazingly complex. We can try to understand its complexity by investigating processes at various levels of biological organization: macromolecules, cells, tissues, organs, individual organism, population, communities, ecosystem, and biomes. understand its complexity by biological levels of biological organization. Organization, okay. Macromolecules, cells, tissues, organs, individual organism, population, communities, ecosystem and biomes. Ecosystem and biomes. At any level of biological organization, we can ask two types of question. For example, when we hear the bulbul sing early morning in the garden, we may ask how does the bird sing or why does the bird sing. The how type question seeks the mechanism behind the process, while the why type question seeks the significance of the process. Okay. For the first question in our example, the answer might be in terms of the operation of the voice box and the vibrating bone in the birds. Whereas the second question, the whereas for the second question, the answer may lie in the bird's need to communicate with mate during breeding season. When you observe nature around you with a scientific frame of mind, you will certainly come up with many interesting questions of both types. Why are night blooming flowers generally white? How does the bee know which flower has nectar? Why does cactus have so many thorns? How does the chick spurs pures okay, I don't know. Let me check in the Google. SPUR. Yes. SPUR, yes. Meaning in biology. Spurs can refer bony outgrowth or protections, often covered in the sheath of horn found in various animals. Okay. Spurs recognize her own mother. Spurs recognize her own mother and so on. You have already learned in previous classes that ecology is subject which studies the interaction. Okay, ecology is a subject. Ecology is a subject which studies the interaction among organism and between the organism. Interaction among organism, between the organism, between the organism, and its physical abiotic environment. Ecology is a subject. Ecology is a subject which studies the interaction among organism and between the interaction among the ecology is a subject which studies the interaction among organism and between the organism and its physical abiotic environment and its abiotic physical environment. Ecology is basically concerned with four levels of biological organization. Ecology is basically concerned with four level of biological organization: organism, population, communities, and biomes. In this chapter, we'll explore ecology at population level. Explore ecology at population level. Organism, population, communities, and biomes. Organisms, population, communities, and biomes. Organism, population, communities, and biomes. Four level biological organization. Okay. Organism, population, communities, and biomes. What is the meaning of biomes? Yes, biomes. Excuse me. A biome is a large geographical area are characterized by specific climate, vegetation, and animal life. Okay, biomes. Example: aquatic, grassland, forest, desert, and tundra. Grassland. Is an area where the vegetation is dominated by grasses. However, rush can also be found along the variable portion of legumes such as clover and other herbs. This is diverse grassland ecosystem including savannas and montane grassland. Region from Himalaya to Deccan Plateau. Ecology is basically concerned with four levels of biological organization: organism, population, community, and biomes. Population attributes. Okay, attributes. That, okay, to believe something was caused by done by something, somebody, something. To believe that something was caused or done by something or somebody. Quality of feature. Population attributes. Feature. In nature, we rarely find isolated single individual of any species. Okay, majority of them lives in groups in a well-defined geographical area. Shares or compete for similar resources. Potentially interbreed, and thus constitute a population. Lives in a group in a well-defined geographical group lives in a group in a well-defined geographical area, shares or compete for similar resources, potentially interbreed, and thus constitute a population. Although the term inbreeding implies sexual reproduction, a group of individuals resulting okay. Although the term inbreeding implies sexual reproduction, the term inbreeding implies sexual reproduction. A group of individuals resulting from even asexual reproduction is also population for the purpose of ecological studies. Although the term inbreeding implies sexual reproduction, a group of individuals resulting from even asexual reproduction are considered a population for the purpose of ecological studies. All the cormorants in a wetland, rats in an abandoned dwelling, teakwood trees in a forest tract. Example of population. Cormorants in a wetland. Rats in abandoned dwelling. Rats in an abandoned dwelling. Teakwood trees in a forest. Bacteria in a culture plate and lotus plant in a pond are some of the example of population. A group of individuals resulting from even asexual reproduction is also generally Astaghfirullah. Although a group of individuals resulting from even asexual reproduction is also generally considered a population for the purpose of ecological studies. In earlier chapters, you have learned that although an individual organism is the one that has to cope with a changed environment, it is at the population level the natural selection operates to evolve the desired traits. Has to cope with a changed environment. It is the population level. Although an individual organism is the one that has to cope with a changed environment, it is at the population level the natural selection operates to evolve the desired traits. Population ecology is therefore an important area because it links ecology to population genetics and evolution. Population ecology is an important area. Population ecology links ecology to population genetics and evolution. Important area because population ecology links ecology to population genetics and evolution. Population genetics and evolution. To population genetics and evolution. Population has certain attributes whereas an individual organism does not. An individual may have births and deaths, but a population has birth rate and death rates. In a population, these rates refer to per capita birth, death. Refers to in a population, these rates refers to per capita births and deaths. The rate hence expressed are changed in number, increase or decrease with respect to member of the population. Here is an example. If in a pond there are 20 lotus plant last year and through reproduction 8 new plants are added. Taking the current population to 28, we calculate birth rate as 8 upon 28. The rate hence expressed are change in numbers with respect to members of the population. Zero point 0.4 offspring per lotus per year. 0.4 offspring per lotus per year. If 4 individuals in a laboratory population of 40 fruit flies died during a specified time interval, say a week, the death rate in the population during that time 4 upon 40 is equals to 0.1 individual per fruit fly per week. Per individual per fruit fly per week. Offspring per lotus per year. Another attribute characteristics of a population is sex ratio. Death rates and birth rates. Sex ratio. An individual is either a male or a female, but a population has a sex ratio. Example, 60% of the population are female and 40% are male. A population at any given time is composed of individuals of different ages. If the age distribution, a population at any given time is composed of different population at any given time is composed of a population at any given time is composed of individuals of different ages. If the age distribution percent individual of a given age or age group age distribution percent individual of a percent okay percent individual of a given age or age group is plotted for the population. The resulting structure is called an age pyramid. The resulting structure age pyramid. For human population, the age pyramid always shows age distribution of male female in a diagram. Now, for human population, the age pyramid generally shows age distribution of male and female. Age pyramid generally shows age distribution of male and female in the diagram. The shape of the pyramid reflects the growth status of the population, whether it is growing, stable or declining. Whether it is growing, stable or declining. मुझे इतना ज़्यादा नींद आ रहा है ना, मैं क्या करूँ? आंखें बंद ही होने वाली हैं. Stable or declining. Stable or declining. Representation of age pyramid of human population. Age pyramid, death rate and birth rate. It is pyramid, age distribution, death rate and birth rate and sex ratio. मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा नींद आ रही है, मैं क्या करूँ? क्या कर सकती हूँ मैं? इतना कंप्लीट कर लेती हूँ, फिर आगे का देख लेती हूँ. यहाँ तक पढ़ लेती हूँ पहले. Refers to per capita, okay, birth rate, death rate. Per capita, births and deaths. Okay. Stable or declining. 11.1. Figure 11.1. Okay. Representation of age pyramid of human population expanding. Pre-reproductive, reproductive and post-reproductive. Here stable. Pre-reproductive, 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 reproductive and post-reproductive. Post-reproductive, reproductive and pre-reproductive. Pre-reproductive, reproductive. The one is reproductive and post-reproductive. Pre-reproductive, reproductive and post-reproductive. post-reproductive, reproductive, and pre-reproductive, expanding, stable, and declining representation of age pyramid for human population. The size of the population tells us a lot about its status in the habitat. The size of the population tells us a lot about its status in the habitat. The size of the population tells us a lot about its status in the habitat. The size of population tells us a lot about its status in the habitat. The size of population tells us a lot about its status in a habitat. Whatever ecological processes we wish to investigate in a population, whatever ecological processes, whatever ecological processes we use, shut up. Whatever ecological processes we wish to investigate in a population, be it in the outcome of competition with another species, the impact of a predator, or the effect of a pesticide's application. So we always evaluate them in terms of any change in the population size. Whatever ecological processes we wish to investigate in a population, be it the outcome of competition with another species, the impact of a predator, or the effect of pesticide implication, we always evaluate them in terms of any change in the population size. The size in the nature could be as low as less than 10. Siberian crane at Bharatpur wetland in any year. Okay. Ecological process we used to investigate in a population with another species, the impact of predator, or the effect of pesticide application, we always evaluate them in terms of any change in the population size. The size in nature could be as low as 10, less than 10. Siberian cranes at Bharatpur wetland in any year, or go into millions. Chlamydomonas in a pool. Population size technically called population density. अब मैं देख नहीं रही, ओके, ये शुभम ने जो जिसको हाइड किया है, शायद उसने कुछ क्या साइबेरियन क्रीन CRN crane. These are Siberian crane. Crane, also known as Siberian white crane or the snow crane, is a bird of the family the cranes. They are distinctive among the cranes. Adults are nearly all snowy white, except for their black primary feather. Except for the black primary feathers that are visible in flight, and with two breeding population in the Arctic tundra of western and eastern Russia. The eastern population migrate during winter to China, while the western population, eastern and western, while the western population winters in Iran, informally in Bharatpur. Why Siberian? Korean. Korean. Stop. Kyiv National Park stopped migrating there due to combination of factors including habitat loss, hunting along their migratory route, and change in their migratory Asian of India invader migrates. The size in nature could be as low as less than 10 Siberian cranes at Bharatpur wetland in any year or go into millions. Chlamydomonas in a pond. Population size, technically called population density. Population size, technically called population density, designated as n, need not necessarily be measured in numbers only. Population size, technically called population density, designated as n, need not necessarily be measured in numbers only. Population size, technically population density need not necessarily be measured in numbers only. Although total number is generally the most appropriate measure of population density, It is in some cases either meaningless or difficult to determine. In an area, if there are 200 carrot grass, Parthenium, Hesterophorus, Hesterophorus, okay, carrot grass, Parthenium, Hesterophorus plant, but only a single, okay. 200 Parthenium plant, बस इतना ही दिखा. There are 200 Parthenium. Suppose in an area there are Parthenium Hysterophorus, Parthenium Hysterophorus, Caducus, Parthenium Hysterophorus plant, but only a single but only a single-use banyan tree with a large canopy, stating that the population density of banyan is low relative to that of carrot grass amount to underestimating the enormous role of the banyan in that community. In such cases, the percent cover or biomass is a measure. Okay, the percent cover or biomass is a meaningful measure of the population size. Total number is again not an easily adoptable measure if the population is huge and counting is impossible or very time consuming. Total number is again not easily adoptable measure if the population is huge and counting is impossible or very time consuming. Okay, if you have a dense laboratory culture of bacteria in a petri dish, what is the best measure to report its density? Sometimes for certain ecological investigation, there is no need to know the absolute population densities. Relative density serves the purpose equally. Okay, relative density. For instance, the number of fish caught per trap is good enough measure for its total population density in the lake. We are mostly obligated to estimate population size indirectly. However, actually counting them or seeing them, okay, without actually counting them, we are mostly obliged to estimate population sizes indirectly without actually counting them or seeing them. The tiger census in our national parks and tiger reserves is often based on pug marks and fecal palate. Okay, the size of population tells us a lot about its status in the habitat. Whatever ecological processes we wish to investigate in a population, be it the outcome of competition with another species, the impact of a predator, or the effect of a pesticide application, we always evaluate them in terms of any change in the population size. The size in nature could be as low as less than 10 Siberian crane at Bharatpur wetland in any year, or go to million. Okay, or go to millions. Chlamydomonas in a pond. Population size, technically called population density, designated as n, need not necessarily be measured in numbers only. Although total number is generally the most appropriate measure of population density, it is in some cases either meaningless or difficult to determine. In an area, if there are 200 carrot grass, Parthenium hysterophorus plant, but only a single huge banyan tree with a large canopy, stating that the population density of banyan is low relative to that of carrot grass amount, okay, to that of carrot grass amount to underestimating the enormous role of the banyan in that community. In such cases, the the percent cover or biomass is a more meaningful measure of the population size. Total number is again not an easily adoptable measure if the population is huge and counting is impossible or very time consuming. If you have a dense laboratory culture of bacteria in a petri dish, what is the best measure to report its density? Sometimes for certain ecological investigations there is no need to know the absolute population, no need to know, okay, absolute population density, relative density serves the purpose equally well. For instance, the number of fish caught per trap, population growth, natality, mortality, immigration and emigration. Population, okay, natality B, immigration I, mortality D, okay, birth rate, natality, mortality, death D, population density N, number, emigration E, immigration I. The size of population for any species is not a static parameter. Size of population for any species is not static, okay, not static parameter. It keeps changing with time depending on various factors including foods availability, including food availability, predation pressure and adverse weather. Adverse weather, predation pressure. Number 1, food availability. Number 2, predation pressure. Number 3, adverse weather. In fact, it is these changes in population density that gives us some idea of what is happening to the population, whether it is flourishing or declining. Whatever might be the ultimate reason, the density of a population in a given habitat during a given period. Whatever might be the ultimate reason, the density of a population in a given habitat during a given period fluctuates due to change in 4 basic processes, two of which, natality and immigration, contribute to increase in, okay, natality and immigration contribute to increase in population density, and 2, mortality and emigration, to a decrease. Natality refers to the number of births during a given period in the population that are added to the initial density. Refers to the number of births during a given period in population that are added to the initial density. Mortality is the number of deaths in a population during a given period. Immigration is the number of individuals of the same species. Very important, same. Number of individual of the same species, एकदम important, same species, okay, same species that have come into the habitat from elsewhere during the time period under consideration. Emigration is the number of individual of the population who left the habitat and gone elsewhere during the time period under consideration. The number of individual of the population who left the habitat. Immigration plus natality plus emigration and mortality minus. N is the population density. N is population density at time t. Then the density at time t plus 1 is t plus 1. N is population density n. T plus 1 and t plus birth rate. Natality plus immigration minus mortality plus emigration. Okay. It's okay, bro, it's okay. Nt plus 1 is equals to n. T b plus I minus m plus d. b plus I minus d plus e. मोर्टलिटी को d बोलते हैं, e plus d, okay, e plus d. You can see from the above equation, figure 11.2, that population density will increase if the number of birth plus number of immigration, b plus I, is more than the number of death plus number of immigration. Okay, the population density will increase if the number of births plus number of immigration is more than the number of deaths plus the number of immigration. Under normal condition, births and deaths are the most important factors influencing population density. Under normal condition, births and deaths are the most important factors influencing population density. Under normal condition, okay. Under astaghfirullah, leave it. Under normal condition, births and deaths are the most important factor. Normal condition, births and deaths are the most important factor influencing the population density. The other two factors assuming importance only under special condition. Okay, normal condition. Okay, it's the most important factors uh, of population density influencing population density. Birth death. Okay, birth deaths भनेपछि यो के हो N र M. Natality र mortality are the most important factors influencing population density under normal condition. Assuming importance only under special conditions. For instance, if a new habitat is just being colonized, immigration may contribute more significantly to population growth than birth rates. Okay. Okay, exponential growth, logistic growth, growth model. एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ, लॉजिस्टिक ग्रोथ और तो देखिए लाइफ हिस्ट्री वेरिएशन, पॉपुलेशन इनहेरिटेंस, लाइफ हिस्ट्री वेरिएशन ये तो दिया नहीं है. दिया है तो लाइफ हिस्ट्री वेरिएशन, तो मुझे नहीं पता था. पॉपुलेशन इंटरेक्शन, लाइफ हिस्ट्री वेरिएशन, पॉपुलेशन इंटरेक्शन. कहाँ गया मेरा फूडी, बाहर ही छोड़ दिया. Does the growth of a population with the time shows any significant specific growth model? Does the growth of population with the time shows any specific and predictable pattern? Growth model. Does the growth of a population with the time show any specific and predictable pattern? We have been concerned about unbridled human population growth and problems created by it in our country, and it is therefore natural for us to be curious. It is therefore natural for us to be curious if different animal population in nature behaves the same way or show some restraint. And it is okay. We have been concerned with unbridled human population growth and problems created by it in our country, and it is therefore natural for us to be curious if different animal population in the nature behaves the same way or show some restraint on growth. Where is that? We have been concerned about unbridled human population growth and problems created by it in our country, and it is therefore natural for us to be curious if different animal population in nature behaves the same way or shows some restraint on growth. Perhaps we can learn a lesson or two from nature on how to control population growth, exponential growth, logistic growth and exponential growth. Okay, exponential growth, resources, food, क्या हो गया है? Exponential growth. Resource, food, and space availability is obviously essential for the unimpeded growth of population. Essential Availability is obviously essential for the impeded growth of a population. Ideally, when in the habitat are unlimited, when resources are unlimited, each species has the ability to realize fully its innate potential to grow in numbers, as Darwin observed while developing his theory of natural selection. Then the population grows in an exponential or geometrical fashion. If in a population of size n, the birth rate, not total number but per capita births, are represented as b, and death rate, okay, this is per capita births is represented as b, okay, and death rate per capita death rates as d, then the increase or decrease in n during a unit time period t, dn upon dt will be dn upon dt is equals to b, birth rate per capita to birth rate per capita birth and per capita death per capita, b minus d what is it, b minus d into n, b minus d into n. Let b minus d equals to r. B minus d equals to r. What is r? R is intrinsic rate of natural increase. B minus d is equals to r. Okay. Here r in this equation is called intrinsic rate of natural increase. R in this equation is called intrinsic rate of natural increase. Intrinsic rate of natural increase. The r in this equation is called the intrinsic rate of natural increase, and it is a very important parameter chosen for assessing impacts of any biotic or abiotic factor on population growth. b minus d equals to r. dn by dt is equals to rn. dn upon dt is equals to rn. You could exponential growth को लगे हुए dn upon dt equals to rn. R is intrinsic rate of natural increase. Intrinsic rate of natural increase की बंदर से ला intrinsic rate of natural increase. Intrinsic rate of natural increase. I think तो मेरे यहाँ पर ना वो हो गया है, क्या बोलते हैं उसे, स्किन पील हो गया है. इसकी वजह से। The R in this equation is called intrinsic rate of natural increase. Intrinsic rate of natural increase. R, intrinsic rate of natural increase. It is a very important parameter chosen for assessing impacts of any, okay, assessing impacts of, very important parameter for assessing impact of any biotic or abiotic factors on population growth. Biotic as well as abiotic factors on population growth. To give you some idea about the magnitude of R value for the Norway rat, the R is 0. Okay, Norway rat. For Norway rat, it is R is equals to 0.015, and for the floor beetle it is 0.12. Floor beetle, flower beetle, I don't know, 0.12. Norway rat 0.015. In 1981, the R value for human population, 1981 my is 0. India was, population in India was 0.0205. 1981 को बताओ. The R value for human population in India was 0.0205. Okay, कैसे याद करें ये डेटा? 0.205, 205, 0205. 0.12 for flower beetle and Norway rat 0.015. 15. Find out what the current R value is. For calculating it, you need to know the birth rate and death rates. The above equation describes the exponential or geometrical growth pattern of the population. 11.3. Population growth curve A, dn upon dt is equals to Rn. When responses are not limiting the growth, plot is exponential. When responses are not limiting the growth, plot is exponential. When responses are population growth curve, when responses are not limiting the growth, plot is exponential. B, when responses are limiting the growth, plot is logistic. K is carrying capacity, logistic growth. Okay, this one is logistic, this is exponential. dn upon dt is equals to Rn. Carrying capacity, K is carrying capacity, dn upon dt Rn. Population density, time. When responses are not limiting the growth, plot is exponential. Okay, the result in exponential growth means G-shaped results in G-shaped curve when we plot n, okay, population density in relation to time. J-shaped curve, exponential ko J-shaped curve, okay, J-shaped curve. When we plot n in relation to time, if you are familiar with basic calculus, you can derive the integral form of the exponential growth equation as nt equals to ERT. The base of natural logarithm R is intrinsic rate of natural increase. The base of natural logarithm 2.71828. 2.71828. Population density after time t, nt. Population density after nt is equals to dn upon dt equals to Rn. Nt is equals to n naught ERT, where E is base of natural logarithm. I think ये एग्जाम में भी आया था. 2.71228. 1828. The base of natural logarithm. Intrinsic rate of natural increase R. Intrinsic rate of natural increase and not population density at time 0. NT, population density after time t. N naught, population density at time 0. Any species growing exponentially under limited resources, any unlimited resources, any species growing exponentially under unlimited resources condition can reach enormous population density in short time. Any species growing exponentially under unlimited resources condition can reach enormous population density in short time. Darwin showed how even a slow growing animals like elephant could reach enormous number in the absence of checks. The following is an anecdote popularly narrated to demonstrate dramatically how fast a huge population could build up when growing exponentially. Okay. 0.12 flower beetle 0.12 for human 0.0205 to 0.0205 0.015 1 0.12 2.718 to 2.7 base of natural logarithm. Darwin showed how even a slow-growing animals like elephant could reach enormous number in absence of chicks. Following is an anecdote popularly narrated to demonstrate dramatically how fast a huge population could build up when growing exponentially. The king and the minister sat for a chess game. The king, confident of winning the game, was ready to accept any bait proposed by the minister. The minister humbly said that if he won, he wanted only some wheat grains, the quantity of which is to be calculated by placing on the chessboard one grain in one square, then two in two square, then two in square two, hey, then two in square two, then four in square three, and 8 in square 4, and so on, doubling each time the previous quantity of wheat and the next square until all the 64 squares were filled. The king accepted the seemingly celibate and started the game. But unlikely for him, the minister won. The king felt that fulfilling the minister bet was so easy. He started with a single grain on the first square and proceeded to fill the other square. Following minister's suggested procedure, by the time he covered half the chessboard, the king realized to his dismay that all the wheat produced in the entire kingdom pulled together would still be inadequate to cover all the 64 square. Now think of a tiny paramuseum starting with just one individual and through binary reason doubling in number every day. And imagine what a mind blogging population size it would reach in 64 days, provided food and space remain unlimited. density. NT is equals to NT population density at time t is equals to n naught population density at time 0 e to the power rt. Intrinsic rate of natural increase, the base of natural logarithm. आई टूट जाएगा मेरा फोन. डार्विन शोड ओके ये हो गया. लॉजिस्टिक ग्रोथ अब पढ़ना पड़ेगा. लॉजिस्टिक ग्रोथ. नो पॉपुलेशन इन of any species in nature has no population of any species in nature has at its disposal unlimited resource to permit exponential growth. कितना लंबा है? ओके यहाँ तक तो है. Logistic growth. No population of any species in nature has at its disposal unlimited resources to permit exponential growth. Population of any species in nature has at its disposal unlimited resources to permit exponential growth. This leads to competition. This leads to competition between individual for limited resources. Competition between individual leads to competition between individual for limited resources. Limited resources, competition between individual. Eventually, the fittest individual will survive and reproduce. Fittest individual will survive and reproduce. The governments of many countries have also realized this fact and introduced various restraints with a view to limit human population growth. Restraints with a view to limit human population growth. In nature, a given habitat has enough resources to support a maximum possible number. In nature, a given habitat has enough resources to support a maximum possible number, beyond which no further growth is possible. Let us call this limit as nature's carrying capacity K for that species in that habitat. In nature, a given habitat has enough resources to support a maximum possible number, beyond which no further growth is possible. in which no further growth is possible. It is okay. Given habitat has enough resources to support a maximum possible number beyond which no further growth is possible. Let us call this limit. Call this limit as nature's carrying capacity. Nature's carrying capacity for that species in that habitat. Nature's carrying capacity. Nature's carrying capacity for that species in the habitat. त्यसको बादमा जति पनि अरू चिज फ्याक्टर बढाउँदाखेरि पनि के हुन्छ ग्रोथ हुँदैन. किन हुँदैन? किनकि रिसोर्सै लिमिटेड छ. अरू फ्याक्टर्स जति पनि बेटर होस् न, क्लाइमेटिक फ्याक्टर्सहरू. कल दिस लिमिट एज नेचर्स क्यारिङ क्यापेसिटी. केही प्लस सपोर्टै गर्न सक्दैन नि त त्यहाँदेखि फर्दर त्यो हेबिटेटमा. इन नेचर्स अ गिभन habitat has enough resources to support maximum possible number beyond which no further growth is possible. Let us call this limit as nature's carrying capacity K for that species in that habitat. A population growing in the habitat in a habitat with limited resources shows initially a lag phase. First ma ke huncha lag phase huncha. A population growing in a habitat with limited resources initially shows a lag phase followed by a phase of acceleration and deceleration and finally an asymptote. When the population density reaches the carrying capacity. के हुन्छ asymptote. Acceleration त्यहाँदेखि deceleration, acceleration and deceleration and finally asymptote. When the population density reaches the carrying capacity. A plot of n population density in relation to time results in a sigmoid curve. कस्तो खालको कर्भ हुन्छ यसमा? सिग्मोइड कर्भ हुन्छ. अघि कस्तो थियो? जे शेप्ड कर्भ आउँदै थियो. एक्सपोनेन्शियलमा जे शेप कर्भ, लजिस्टिकमा सिग्मोइड कर्भ. ओके, सिग्मोइड कर्भ. द टाइप अफ ल्याग फेज, एक्सपोनेन्शियल, एक्सेलेरेटरी फेज, त्यहाँदेखि एक्सेलेरेटरीको बादमा डिसेलरेसन पनि हुन्छ. त्यसको बादमा मात्रै के हुन्छ? क्यारिङ क्यापेसिटीमा एसिम्प्टोट. This type of growth is called Warhol-Pearl logistic growth. Okay, this type of population growth is called Warhol's. I don't know how to pronounce this word. What kind of name is this? Warhol's Pearl logistic growth. Okay, Pearl VP logistic growth, and is described by the following equation: dn upon dt Rn k minus n upon k, where k is carrying nature's carrying capacity. Nature's carrying capacity, isn't it? Nature's limit as nature's carrying capacity. Call this limit as nature's carrying capacity k for the species in that habitat. dn upon dt. थैंक यू सूरज. बट इतना भी पॉजिटिव मत रहो ना. And described by the following equation: dn upon dt Rn k minus n upon k, or intrinsic rate of natural increase Rn, and population density k, carrying capacity minus n upon k. Okay, this is for logistic growth. Sigmoid curve हुन्छ. dn upon dt is equals to Rn ब्रैकेटमा k minus n upon k. And is population density at time t. R is intrinsic rate of natural increase. K is carrying capacity. Since resources for growth for most animal population are finite and become limiting sooner or later, the logistic growth model is considered a more realistic one. Gathered from government census data, the population figures for India for the last 100 years. Plot them and check which growth pattern is evident. छोड़ो, ये कौन ही करेगा ऐसा एक्टिविटी. Rn k minus n upon k. Nt equals to n naught ert. N naught equals nt equals to n naught ert. Nt is equals to n naught ert. ओके, ये इतना पढ़ो, उसके बाद घूमने जाओ. लाइफ हिस्ट्री वेरिएशन. Population evolved to minimize the reproductive fitness. Population evolves to maximize. Okay, minimize. Population evolved to maximize the reproductive fitness, also called Darwin fitness. Reproductive fitness, like even sir, also called Darwin fitness. High R value. R, natural rate of intrinsic rate of natural increase. Intrinsic rate of natural increase. High R value. In the habitat in which they live. Population evolved to maximize their reproductive fitness, Darwin fitness, in the habitat in which they live. Under a particular set of selection pressure. Under a particular set of selection pressure. देखा ही जाएगा वो तो, अभी चुप करके पढ़ो. Under a particular set of selection pressure. भाई साहब, कहाँ थी मैं? हाँ. Under a particular set of selection pressure, organism evolved towards the most efficient reproductive strategy. Organism evolves towards the most efficient reproductive strategy. Some organisms breed only once in their lifetime. Some organisms breed only once in their lifetime. Pacific salmon fish. Breed only once in their lifetime. Pacific salmon fish. Bamboo. Pacific salmon fish. Due to natural diet and oceanic journey. Breed once in their lifetime. Pacific salmon fish and bamboo, while others breed mammals. Some produce a large number of small-sized offspring. Oysters, pelagic fishes, okay, while others produce a small number of large-sized offspring, birds, mammals, okay, oysters भी इतने छोटे होते हैं, एक बार चेक करते हैं. मर जाएगा ये. Partitioning. Small sized, okay, some produce a large number of small sized offspring. Small number of, so which is life history of variation, okay, so which is desirable for maximizing fitness. Ecology suggests that life history traits of organisms have evolved in relation to the constraints imposed by the abiotic and biotic component trait of organism. Life history trait suggests that life history have evolved in relation to the constraint imposed by the abiotic and biotic component of the habitat in which they live. Evolution of life history trait in different species is currently an important area of research being conducted by ecologists. क्या क्या पढ़ना पड़ रहा है यार? Ecologists suggested that life history trait of organism have evolved in relation to the constraint. Suggests that the life history trait of organism have evolved in relation to the constraint imposed by abiotic and biotic component of the habitat in which they live. Evolution of a life history trait in different species is currently an important area of research being conducted by ecologists. अच्छा ये नहीं पढ़ना, यही पढ़ो. इतना. Parthenium heterophorus. नेक्स्ट स्लॉट स्टार्ट करने से पहले ना मैं बाहर घूम के आती हूँ ताकि मैं सो ना जाऊँ. पॉपुलेशन इंटरैक्शन, फिर पॉपुलेशन इंटरैक्शन करने के बाद तो हाँ हो ही जाएगा. एक बार थॉरो रीडिंग भी कर लेते हैं लोकोमोशन एंड मूवमेंट का, हाँ हो जाएगा. या अल्लाह हेल्प मी. आज अम्मा घर पे है ना, सिर्फ मुझसे लड़ाई करती रहती है। उन्हें कुछ ना कुछ बोलना होता है मुझे। सुबह से गाली ही खा रही हूँ। कभी बोलती है वो सफाई नहीं किया, कभी बोलती है चाय नहीं बनाया। एक दिन में 2-3 बार चाय पी लेती है, अगर ना बनाऊं तो गुस्सा करती है। कोई बात होती है क्या? बहुत ही बुरी 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 मतलब। Is she speaking with us? Yes, Baba. I'm complaining about my mother. How are you feeling now, Baba? Are you all right? That was sweet. That was not. Nobody can tolerate my amma. Yes, Baba, we all have to study. आज है तुम्हारा, आज क्या है? One suggestion: every 1 hour drink 0. I hate her, but I also love her. Love and hate kind of a relationship. You hardly drink water. Your productivity. Bro, रोजा चल रहा है, कैसे पानी पी सकते हैं? ये कहाँ से रिसर्च कर रहे हो भाई तुम? लेकिन सही है, मुझे नहीं करना पड़ेगा ना। मैं बाहर नहीं जाना चाहती, मुझे ना वैसे ना वॉक पे जाने का दिल कर रहा है, लेकिन मैं नहीं जाऊंगी क्योंकि अम्मा कुछ ना कुछ फिर से टोकेंगी। एक चीज करो, दूसरा चीज कान में हो जाता है, कान भी हो जाता है। अस्तगफिरुल्लाह, अस्तगफिरुल्लाह, अस्तगफिरुल्लाह। चलो अब ये ना चैप्टर पूरा कंप्लीट करके ही उठेंगे। हालांकि आज का दिन ज़्यादा प्रोडक्टिव नहीं जाएगा मेरे लिए, मुझे पता है। अच्छे से सोने के बाद ही अच्छे से पढ़ सकते हैं ना। बायोटेक, इकोसिस्टम और बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड कंजर्वेशन, इकोसिस्टम किया था। हो जाएगा हो जाएगा हो जाएगा बोलने के बाद नहीं होता है मेरा। 2 हो गया है। व्हाट्स अप? Population interaction. Can you think of any natural habitat on Earth that is inhabited just by a single species? There is no such habitat, and such a situation is even inconceivable for any species. For any species, the minimal requirement is one more species on which it can feed. आज अम्मा क्या कर रही है? There is no such habitat, and such a situation is even inconceivable for any species. The minimal requirement is one more species on which it can feed. One more species on which it can feed. Even a plant species which makes its own food cannot survive alone. It needs soil microbes to break down the organic matter in soil and return the inorganic nutrient for absorption. And then, how will the plant manage pollination without an animal agent? It is obviously that in nature, animals, plants and microbes do not and cannot live in isolation but interact in various ways to form a biological community. Many interactive linkages exist, although all may not be readily apparent. Interspecific interaction arises from the interaction of population of two different species. Interspecific interaction arises from two different population, from the interaction of population of two different species. Interspecific interaction, they could be beneficial, detrimental. Beneficial पनि हुन सक्छ, detrimental पनि हुन सक्छ, or neutral. Okay, they could be interspecific interaction. Okay, interspecific interaction could be beneficial, detrimental, or neutral, neither harm nor benefit to one of the species or both. Okay, assigning a positive sign for beneficial interaction, negative sign for detrimental, and 0 for neutral interaction. Assuming a positive sign for, ये अम्मा क्या कर रही है, मुझे इरिटेटिंग लग रहा अब. A positive sign for beneficial interaction, negative sign for detrimental, and O for न्यूरल इंटरैक्शन. इसे तो ना अगर मैं सोई होती तो अच्छे से तो मुझे ऐसा नहीं होता. अब ये थोड़ा थोड़ा शोर कर रही है ना अम्मा, वो भी मुझे इरिटेटिंग लग रहा है. वरना तो मैं कितना ज़्यादा शोर भी टॉलरेट कर सकती हूँ. लेट अस लुक एट ऑल द पॉसिबल outcomes of interspecific interaction. Table 11.1, population interaction, interspecific. Okay, कल के interspecific interaction डील करता है. चार्टा लगाऊं. Positive mutualism. Species A and species B both are mutual benefit. Mutualism, name of interaction. Mutualism, positive, negative, predation. ना कहाँ नेगेटिव कैसे प्रेडेशन होगा, एक को तो फायदा ही है. नेगेटिव क्या होगा, इसको मैं भूल गई. कंपटीशन होता है. हाँ, पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव, एक को पॉजिटिव एक को नेगेटिव, ये इसमें प्रेडेशन हो सकता है. दूसरा वाला एक पॉजिटिव एक नेगेटिव, पैरासाइटिज्म. पॉजिटिव नथिंग. कमेंसलिज्म नथिंग एंड इको नेगेटिव. ओके, नेगेटिव न्यूट्रल detrimental neutral. Commensalism, parasitism, positive negative, predation positive negative, competition negative दोनों को ही compete करना पड़ रहा है. Positive mutualism. पॉजिटिव ओ, एक को पॉजिटिव एक को कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है, उसमें होता है हमारा कमेंसलिज्म. एमेंसलिज्म नेगेटिव और न्यूट्रल. एमेंसलिज्म, कमेंसलिज्म, पैरासाइटिज्म, प्रिडेशन, कंपटीशन, म्यूचुअलिज्म. Mutualism, competition, predation, parasitism, commensalism, amensalism. Both the species benefit in mutualism and both loses in competition. Both benefit mutualism, both loses competition in their interaction with each other. Okay. In both parasitism and predation, only one species benefits. Okay, and the interaction is detrimental. The interaction is detrimental to the other species. Host or prey, detrimental and so host or prey. Predator or parasite. Okay. The interaction where one species is benefited and the other is neither benefited nor harmed is called commensalism. The interaction where one species is benefited and the other species is neither benefited nor harmed is called commensalism. There is neither benefited nor harmed is called commensalism. शायद the interaction where one species is benefited and the other is neither benefited nor harmed. The interaction where one species is benefited, the other is neither benefited nor harmed is called commensalism. In amensalism, on the other hand, One species is harmed whereas the other is unaffected. One is harmed. Okay. Predation, parasitism, and commensalism shares a common characteristics. Predation, parasitism, and commensalism shares a common characteristics. The interacting species live closely together. The interacting species live closely together. Predation, parasitism, and commensalism shares a common characteristic. Predation, parasitism, and commensalism shares a common characteristics. The interacting species live closely together. Predation, competition, and parasitism. Okay, तीन को एक ही बार में पढ़ना है. Predation. What would happen if all the energy fixed by autotrophic organisms if the community has no animal to eat the plants? You can think of predation as nature's way of transferring energy. Predation as nature's way of transferring energy. Okay, way of transferring to higher. Okay, nature's way of transferring to higher trophic level the energy fixed by plant. Predation as nature's way of transferring to higher trophic level the energy fixed by plants. When we think of predator and prey, most probably it is tiger and deer, and readily come to our mind. But a sparrow eating any seed is no less a predator. Sparrow eating a seed, okay, is also predation. Sparrow eating a seed is also predation. Sparrow eating any seed, predation. Although animal eating plants are categorized separately as herbivores, they are in broad ecological context not very different from predators. Excuse me. Beside acting on conduits for energy transfer across trophic level, predators play only important roles. Beside acting as conduit for energy transfer, beside acting as conduit for energy transfer across trophic level, predators play other important role. They keep prey population under control. But for predators, prey species could achieve very high population densities and cause ecosystem instability. Besides acting as conduit for energy transfer across trophic level, predators plays other important role. They keep prey population under control. But for predators, prey species could achieve very high population densities. And cause ecosystem instability. For the predators, prey could achieve very high population densities and cause ecosystem instability. When certain exotic species are introduced into a geographical area, they become invasive and start spreading fast because the invaded land does not have its natural predators. The prickly pear cactus, introduced in Australia in the early 1920s, caused havoc by spreading rapidly into millions of hectares of rangeland. Prickly pear cactus, introduced in Australia in the early 1920s, caused havoc by spreading rapidly into millions of hectares of rangeland. Finally, the invasive cactus was brought under control after a cactus feeding predator moth from its natural habitat was introduced. Cactus feeding predator from its okay cactus feeding predator a moth from its natural habitat was introduced into the country. Biological control method. Biological control methods adopted in agriculture pest control. In agriculture, pest control are based on the ability of the predator to regulate prey population. Predator also helps in maintaining species diversities in a community. Also helps in maintaining species diversity in community. Helps in maintaining species diversity. Predators also helps in maintaining species diversity in community. Control the population or या फिर checks the population of prey population to keep prey population under control. Okay, prickly pear cactus Australia moth. Okay, predators also helps in maintaining species diversities. Remember to take a break. ब्रेक लेती रहती हूँ. Good luck, Nidhi. Predators also helps in maintaining species diversity in a community. Predators also helps in maintaining species in a predators also helps in maintaining species diversity in a community. Predators also helps in maintaining species diversity in a community by reducing the intensity of competition among competing prey species. Predators also helps in maintaining species diversity in community by reducing the intensity of competition among competing prey species. By reducing the intensity of competition among competing prey species. By reducing the intensity of competition among competing prey species. In the rocky intertidal communities of American Pacific coast, the starfish Pisaster is an important predator. In the rocky intertidal communities in American Pacific coast, the starfish Pisaster is an important predator. In a field experiment, when all the starfish were removed from an enclosed intertidal area, more than 10 species of invertebrates became extinct within a year because of interspecific competition. Interspecific competition. 10 species of invertebrates become extinct. 10 species of invertebrates become extinct within a year because of interspecific competition. Pisaster. Starfish Pisaster is an important predator. In a field experiment, when all the starfish were removed from an enclosed intertidal area, more than 10 species of invertebrates became extinct within a year because of interspecific competition. Predators also helps in maintaining species diversity. Also helps in maintaining species diversities. If a predator is too efficient and over-exploits its prey, then the prey might become extinct, and following it, the predators will also become extinct for lack of food. If a predator is too efficient and exploits its prey, then the prey might become extinct, and following it, the predator will also become extinct for Lack of food. This is the reason why predators in nature are prudent. This is the reason why predators in nature are prudent. What is prudent? Prey species, okay, overexploits its prey. Predator is too efficient and overexploits its prey, then the prey might become extinct, and following it, the predator will also become extinct for lack of food. This is the reason why predators in nature are prudent. Prey species have evolved various defenses to lessen the impact of predation. Some species of insects and frogs are cryptically colored, camouflaged. Some species of insect and frogs are cryptically colored, camouflaged to avoid being detected easily by the predator. Frogs are cryptically colored, camouflaged to avoid being detected easily by the predator. Some are poisonous and insects of some species of insects and frogs are cryptically colored, camouflaged to avoid being detected easily by the predators. Some are poisonous and therefore avoided by predators. Some are poisonous and therefore avoided by predators. Some are poisonous and therefore avoided by predators. Species of insect and frog. Insect. Some species of insect and frog cryptically colored, camouflaged to avoid being detected easily. The monarch butterfly is highly distasteful. The monarch butterfly is highly distasteful predator bird because of a special chemical present in its body. Interestingly, the butterfly acquires this chemical during the caterpillar stage by feeding on a poisonous weed. During poisonous weed. देखो कैसे मुंह फाड़ के हंस रहा है. For plant herbivores are the predators. Nearly 25 for plants herbivores are predators. Nearly 25% of all insects are known to be phytophagous, feeding on plant sap and other parts of plants. The problem is particularly severe for plants because, unlike animals, they cannot run away from their predators. For plant, herbivores are the predators. Plant को लगी herbivores की वो predators हो. Nearly 25% of the nearly 25% 25% जो insect जाना जाता है are known to be phytophagous, feeding on plant sap and other parts of plant. Phytophagous, feeding on plant sap and other parts of plants. The problem is particularly severe for plants because, unlike animals, they cannot run away from their predators. Plants therefore have evolved an astonishing variety of morphological and chemical defense against herbivores. Thorns. Acacia and cactus are the most common morphological means of defense. Many plants produce and stores chemical. Many plants produce and stores chemical that makes the herbivores sick when they are eaten. Inhibit feeding or digestion, disrupts its reproduction or even kill it. Plant produce and store chemicals that make the herbivores sick when they are eaten. inhibit feeding or digestion. Inhibit feeding or digestion. आमा एउटा के सिमी पो गाई बाख्राहरूले खायो भने मर्छ नि साँच्चीमै मर्छ अनि किन खाएको होला है तिनीहरूलाई थाहा छैन त्यो खाएर मर्छ भनेर होइन कुन कुन त बाठै चङ्खेहरू हुन्छ है खाँदैन
मात्रै बजेर छ
दोकान जाने
सामान ल्याउनु पर्यो नि
अच्छा
2000 त पर्छ होला
कुन चाहिँ चामल ल्याउने ठुलो
उम्
अय्या
अर्को चामल त थाहै हुँदैन
ए हो
जा बोकेर ल्याए मेरो पैसा नि सबै खाइसकेछ
अहिले त्यहाँ थिँदै थिएन जहिले मलाई लाउँदो रहेछ अहिले थिनु पनि थिएन कि
फेरि 40 रुपियाँ कि 50 रुपियाँ थियो
आमाले नै कहिले गयो होला नि अनि मलाई पनि लाउँदो रहेछ कस्तो छोटा हो ज्यादा छोटागिरी चाहिँ नगर्ने गम्बु गरिदिन्छु नि अहिले Many plants produce and stores chemical that makes herbivores sick when they are eaten. Inhibit feeding or digestion, disrupts its reproduction or even kill it. You must have seen the weed Calotropis growing in abandoned field. Calotropis. The plant produces highly poisonous cardiac glycosides, and that is why you never see any cattle or goats browsing on this plant. Poisonous cardiac glycosides, poisonous Calotropis, poisonous cardiac glycosides. Cardiac glycosides, poisonous. Okay, a wide variety of chemical substances that we extract from plants on a commercial scale: nicotine, caffeine, quinine, strychin, opium, etc. are produced by them actually as defense against grazers and browsers. Nicotine, caffeine, यो त नि बङ्गाली छ नि बङ्गाली यो त नि प्लान्टले बाँच्नुको लागि गरेको त मान्छेले के गरेको है खाएर आफूलाई अरू गाई बस्तुले खाँदाखेरि नखाओस् भनेर पो त्यो प्रड्युस गरेको हुन्छ त निकोटिनहरू तर पनि खान्छ मान्छेले निकोटिन गाई भएको होला नि निकोटिन क्याफेन क्विनिन गाई होइन गाई त अलिक राम्रो गोरु भएको होला निकोटिन क्याफेन प्रड्युस बाई देम actually as defense against grazer and browsers. Phytophagus, feeding on plant sap and other parts of plant. Phytophagus, feeding on plant parts and other. Test do क्या complete ना करके ही Calotropis, other parts of the plant. Calotropis, poisonous cardiac glycosides. Calotropis. Calotropis. अच्छा ये है Calotropis, milkweed. Calotropis is a genus of flowering plant in the family. organism and population test. प्लांट किंगडम, बायोलॉजिकल सेल, द यूनिट ऑफ लाइफ, ये भी नहीं है. ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड पॉपुलेशन, ये वाला. Which of the following is an incorrect match? Bacteria, thick wall, resting spore. Bear, hibernation. Zooplankton, diapers. Lizard, aestivation. Lizard. Aestivation is a state of inactivity occurring in some animals, notably lungfish, during prolonged period of drought or heat. Feeding, respiration, movement and other body activities are considerably Which of the following plant shows a very close relationship with a species of moth where none of the two can complete its life cycle without the other? Which one of the following plant shows a very close relationship with a species of moth where none of the two can complete its life cycle without the other? Yucca. The equation of Worrell's Pearl logistic growth, dn upon dt, rn k minus n upon k, logistic growth. From this equation, k indicates carrying capacity. Which of the following would necessarily decrease the density of a population in a given habitat? Decrease the density of a population in a mortality and emigration. Top soil is darker and contains, ये तो सिलेबस में ही नहीं है ना, न्यू एनसीईआरटी में नहीं है, फिर भी दिया है. Contains more sodium and magnesium, contains more organic matter. A mutually beneficial association necessary for survival of both partner is mutualism, symbiosis, commensalism, amensalism. In growing population of a country, reproductive and pre-reproductive individuals are equal in number. In a growing population of a country, reproductive and pre-reproductive individuals are equal in number. Reproductive individuals are less than the post-reproductive individual. Pre-reproductive individuals are more than the reproductive individual. Correct. इसका तो मेरे पर पिरामिड भी दिया है. Pre-reproductive, reproductive and post-reproductive. Pre-reproductive ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. A study of interrelationship between organisms and their environment is ecology, ecosystem, phytogeography, ethology. Study of interrelationship between organism and their environment is ecology. पहले का यहाँ पर definition मैंने अभी पढ़ा था. Ecology is basically concerned with 4 levels ना. Ecology is a subject in which studies in interaction among organisms between the organisms and its physical abiotic environment. Interrelationship between organism and their environment. The population growth is generally described by the following equation: dn upon dt is equals to rn. ये तो logistic वाला है. What does r represents in the given equation? Intrinsic rate of natural increase. Which of the following is an important adaptation of animals to the cold climate? Thin layer of body fat, estivation, increased tendency to shiver, reduced surface area to volume ratio. हाँ ये याद है लेकिन ये तो सिलेबस में नहीं है ना. 4 major abiotic factors are listed. Choose the option with which arrange them correctly in increasing order of their ecological relevance. Ecological relevance. Temperature, water, light, soil. Water, temperature, soil, light. Four major abiotic factors are listed. Choose the option which arranges them correctly in increasing order to the ecological relevance. Water, light. बाद में सोई लाइट. ओके, वाटर को सबसे ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटी दो. वाटर, लाइट, टेम्परेचर, वाटर, लाइट, सोइल. आगे ये तो मैंने नहीं देखा है, सिलेक्ट किया. मेजर अबायोटिक फैक्टर्स: टेम्परेचर, water, light and soil. Temperature of water, light and soil. Refer to the below flow chart. Individual population. X. Identify X. Individual population communities. The rate at which population can be expected to grow in the future can be assessed graphically by means of a population pyramid. Can be assessed graphically by means of population pyramid. A triangular population pyramid is characteristic of a country whose population is stable, neither growing nor shrinking. The rate at which a population can be expected to grow. The rate at which population can be expected to grow in the future can be assessed graphically by measures of population pyramid. True, but reason is not correct explanation of assertion. True, but reason is false. A triangular population pyramid. Country whose population is stable, neither growing nor shrinking. जाने से पहले ना सो के जाती हूँ ना, अच्छे से क्लास जाने से पहले. गुड नाइट एवरीवन. अच्छे से सोऊंगी. कितना कॉम्फी लग रहा है। Visiting high mountains may causes altitude sickness in men living in plain area. Primary cause of this excess of CO2, decreased partial pressure of oxygen. मैं तो सोने गई थी ना, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे पढ़ने का दिल कर रहा है। अब यहीं से क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर रही हूँ। Which of the following equation correctly describes sigmoid growth curve? dn by dt is equals to, लेकिन आँख में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। dn by dt अपन sigmoid curve, okay, dn by dt is equals to n minus k ना around k minus n upon k, लेकिन मैं थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गई। dn by dt n t equals to था ना, dn by dt ही तो लिखा है। okay. dn upon dt rn, ओ अच्छा वो ना लॉजिकल के लिए नहीं है, एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ के लिए है। This one is the correct one. In a population showing sigmoid growth curve, the value of k minus n upon k is 0.95. Then what is true for this population? The carrying capacity has been nearly realized. Okay? The carrying capacity has not been successfully realized and it can accommodate many more organisms. The carrying capacity is only 50% realized. Data is insufficient to comment anything. Sigmoid growth curves, the value of k. The carrying capacity has not been substantially realized and it can accommodate many more organisms.
Which of the following is incorrect with respect to competition? Which of the following is incorrect with respect to competition? Resource need not be limiting for competition. Following is incorrect with respect to competition. Resource needs not be limiting for competition. Competitive species may evolve mechanism that promotes their coexistence. Competitive release. The only close related species can show competition. Good night. प्यारा सा मीठा सा सपना आ रहा था, क्यों टाइमर बीप हो गया? 50 मिनट का तो नहीं, कितना सोने का दिल कर रहा है, लेकिन 4 पे क्लास पे जाना है ना। टू 2:33 सब तक तो 1 घंटा तो सो सकते हैं। क्या हुआ? 내가 있어서 너한테 얘기가 돼서 되게 같은데 मलाई पो के ल्याइदिएला भनेको त्यसको बर्डको ठ्याक्क राखेको नि सुत्दैन न आज म 3 घन्टा पनि सुतेको छु आमाले बिहान पनि सुत्नै दिएन कोनीको आएर ख्वाङ 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 गर्दै थियो सिउरो अहिले पनि सुत्नै दिँदैन हौ
ट्युसन जाँदै
त्यो जानु ठन्डै आधी घन्टा मात्रै सुतेको नि त्यो पनि सुत्नु दिँदैन बिहान पनि सुत्नु दिँदैन कस्तो साह्रो हो त 3 घन्टा मात्रै सुताएर जिउले नै काम गर्दैन पुरा तात्तिन्छ बडी
गएर यस्तो दिँदैन नि त यस्तो मलाई चाहिन्छ म पनि त बिमारहरू हुन्छु चाहिएन आमाको यसपालि त थापेर खुरुक्क पाथी यो देखाउनु जानु पर्यो है बुढी अब म सुत्छु ल मलाई कस्तो मिठो निन्द्रा आइरहेको थियो अघि डिस्टर्ब गर्न आएछ नगर्नु न यस्तो मैले इफेक्टिभली पढ्नै सक्दैन फेरि निन्द्राले गर्दा सुतेको ल जुत्ता किन्छु लुगा किन्छु अहिले चाहिँ सुत्छु बुढी बिग्रेको छैन मलाई त के भइबस्छ नि त के भएको भनेर देखाउनु पर्यो अहिले मलाई सुत्नु दिनु न अब कसले चाहिँ बोलाएर आफै बोल्छ कस्तो मिठो सपना देखेको थियो अघि आएर काचाक कुचुक पारिहाल्छ त्यो स्कुल पनि कहिले छुट्टी हुँदैन हौ चामलले जाउँ भनेको स्कुल त अहिले छुट्टी भएपछि त झन् त्यहाँ हुन्छ त नि छुट्टी भएर गएपछि भरे छुट्टी हुन्छ नि भरे बेलुका पर्खिनु नि
पढ़ने बैठूं, नींद आती है, सोने जाऊं, पढ़ाई की याद आती है। काम गरिरहनु ओए शट अप सो जाना मुझे नींद नहीं आ रही है फिर तो उठ जा पढ़ ले बहन पढ़ ले कबू कम्बू से अम्बुए कता फेरि हो गम्बुसा निन्द्रै आएन हौ सुत्दाखेरि चाहिँ अघि चाहिँ निन्द्राले झपक झपक पारेको यही हो हाम्रो गम्बुसिया यो देख्दैन यो
हाम्रो गम्बुसिया
होइन हौ त्यो माछाको नाम हो
ए गम्बुसिया
मच्छर खान्छ यसले मच्छरको बच्चा यसको नाममा गम्बुसिया हो गम्बुसिया हो
दुईटा छ होइन
सबै हो एउटै टाइपको स्पिसिस जस्तो मान्छेहरू जस्तै नि बाँदर भनेको बाँदर जस्तै
के खान्छ अरे यसले
मच्छरको बच्चा
मच्छर त खान्छ यसले मात्रै खान्छ चिचिरा खाने किरा खाने कन्याउलामा पर्छ
अहिले के खायो पिरो कुरा के खाएर
भुँडी दुख्दैछ खासको अक्कबारी खाइन्छ अक्कबारी पिरै हुन्छ मलाई छेक ट्युसनमै गुआयो कि
टोइलेट छ त ट्युसनमा
त्यो ट्युसन दिदी त के खायो हप्नु कुद्यो
म चाहिँ जाँदैन टोइलेट युज गर्दिनँ त्यहाँको कस्तो घिनलाग्दो भनेको त जाने कता कति लगाइदिन्छ अन्त म यहाँ नपढेर यता सुत्दैछु कि मलाई गाएर कसले गाली दिएछ दिदीले हाइड गरिदियो कस्तोहरू छ नि त गाली दिनमा त कसले भेट्दैन
तैँले नि दिन्छ छ
म दिँदिनँ म कसरी दिनु अरूले देख्छ नि मैले दिएको त उनीहरूले दिएको त देख्दैन गाली दिनु हराम हो
तल्लो घरको माथिल्लो घरको नरे तल्लो घरमा किन सरेको
त्यो माथिल्लो घरमा सुत्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यहाँबाट देख्छ नि त डल्लै अनि थोरै उनीहरूको अगाडि सुत्छु लाला ऊ पो त माथिल्लो घरको नरे पल्लोपट्टि सरे भइरहेको छ मलाई भन्छौ कस्तो छ नि गाउँसिया ओल्लो घरको नरे पल्लो घरमा सरे राति फेरि उताउँदाखेरि त खुरुक्कै लडे
माथिल्लो घरको नरे चाहिँ तल्लो घरमा सरेछ त्यो
ओल्लो घरको खरबुजे नि पल्लो घरमा सरेछ उसले तलको अङ्कलको नाम त के अस्ति केटीकोबाट कुटे खाने अङ्कलको नाम
नभे
ए नरी भन्दा त्यसको याद आयो कि हो नाम तल्लो घरको नबी इन्जिनियर नानाको आफ्नै बहिनी छ
छैन
ए त्यो उसको कजन हो त्यो कस्तो भेना गुडिदिएको
छोरी चाहिँ उसको भएन
अनि किन सँगै बसेको
त्यही पल्लो घरको नरे काम गरी खान नसकेर बिन्जिनासँग लडे
ए त्यसो नभनौँ यहाँनिर लाइभमा सुन्छ नि I'll get double. अरे मैं तो सोने चली गई थी ना लेकिन अम्मा थोड़ी सोने देती है आके बातें करती रहती है तो मैं उठ ही जाती हूँ अब पढ़ाई करते हैं ओके
उठी जाती उठी
वो मैंने उठाया भी नहीं अम्मा ने ही उठाया यो कति हो एक्टिङ गर्छ सला यो कति हो झन् ठुलो ठुलो देख्छ त
देख्दैन यतिको मात्रै देख्यो भने त के चस्मा लाउनु योभन्दा त आँखाले क्लियर देख्छ
अब आमाको आँखाको पावर नमिलेर त्यस्तो भएको नि अन्त सबैजनाको लागि आफ्नो आफ्नो हुँदैन आफ्नो हिसाबले हुन्छ नि त्यो त आमाले हस्पिटलमा गएर चेक पो गर्न आउनुपर्छ त आमाको पावर कति हो भनेर आमाको लागि कतिको पावर लाग्छ भनेर मेरो पनि त दुईवटा आँखाको अलग अलग छ
तेरो यत्रो अनुहारको चाहिँ यत्रो बिरालोको अनुहारमा रहँदा
ए हो नि आमा फेरि यत्रो झन् बिरालो भन्दा पनि सानो
आन्टीको यत्रो मुखमा छिराउनु खोज्छ भचाइदिन्छ है
आन्टीको त ठुलो पनि रहेछ नि त लगाइरहेको थियो त अस्ति म उता जाँदाखेरि
उसको त लगाउँदा हुन्छ तेरो चाहिँ त
आन्टीलाई त्यस्तो नभन्नु बिचारा
उसको मुख त यत्रो छ त्यो राम्रोसँगले यहाँ यति थुप्रिराखेको छ
ए हो मलाई आज पुरा भुँडी चाहिँ नि जुरु पोल्दैछ
दुईटा त्यो भुँडी दुख्ने खोर्सानी ल्याएर खा
ल्याइदिनु न खाइहाल्छु नि ए होइन अमुलकुल खान्छौ अमुलकुल
सानो तल मागेर
यहाँ केही नचलाउनु है लाम्पो है
किन चलाउनु तेरो त्यो
अब आज त कस्तो भएछ नि त दिन त
वही चलो आयो कि क्या हो उसने जितना फूटा बदल
ओके गब्बू, अच्छे से खाना. Who follows this repetition trick? शुभम बहुत ही स्मार्ट हो रहा है. हाँ, उसने कुछ गंदगी फैलाने से पहले उसको क्लियर कर दिया. कविता कुछ गंदगी फैला रही थी. Who follows this repetition trick? First repetition immediately, 2 after 15 minutes, 3 after 30 minutes. पता भी नहीं था ना. I don't. आज का मेरा सेशन प्रोडक्टिव नहीं गया. मैं सोती रहती हूँ. अब कितना टाइम है हम लोगों के पास? लेस देन 50 मिनट. तो टाइमर नहीं लगाती हूँ. ओके, शायद वही तो है ना. चलो ये जल्दी पढ़ लेती हूँ, ख़त्म कर लेती हूँ, इसको निपटा देती हूँ. गुड लक एवरीवन. वैसे तो सब लोग पढ़ ही रहे, मुझे ही छोड़ के. अब मैं ना कुछ ज़्यादा सोती तो आई थिंक आज का दिन थोड़ा प्रोडक्टिव होता ना. जल्दी उठने का क्या फ़ायदा, कुछ अच्छे से पढ़ाई हो ही नहीं रही है. तो कंपटीशन, प्रेडेशन पढ़ा अभी तो. Competition. When Darwin spoke of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest in nature, when Darwin spoke the struggle, when Darwin spoke of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest in nature, he was convinced that Interspecific competition is a potent force in organic evolution. Spoke of the struggle for existence. Okay. Spoke of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest in nature. Good luck, Bhava. 1 minute रुको. When Darwin spoke of the struggle for existence, and survival of the fittest in nature, he was convinced that interspecific competition is a potent force in organic evolution. It was generally believed that competition occurs when closely related species compete for the same resources. It is generally believed that competition occurs when closely related species compete for the same resources that are limiting, but this is not entirely true. Same resources that are limiting. Okay, first, totally unrelated species could also compete for the same resource. For instance, in some shallow South American lakes, visiting flamingos and resident fish. Okay, in some shallow South American lakes, South America, in some shallow South American lakes, visiting flamingos and resident fishes compete for their common food. Visiting flamingos and resident fishes compete for their common food, the zooplankton in the lake. Zooplankton in the lake. Okay. Secondly, resources need not be limiting for competition to occur. Resources need not be limiting for competition to occur. In interference competition, the feeding efficiency of one species by interference competition. Okay. Secondly, resources need not be limiting for competition to occur. Resources need not. Interference competition. In interference competition, the feeding efficiency of one species might be reduced due to the interfering and inhibitory presence of the other species. Even if resource, food and space are abundant. Okay. Second, resource need not be limiting for competition to occur. In interference competition, the feeding efficiency of one species might be reduced due to the interfering and inhibitory presence of the other species. Even if resources, food and space are abundant, therefore, competition is best defined as a process. Competition is a process in which the fitness of one species. Okay, competition is defined as a process in which the fitness of one species, measured in terms of R in the intrinsic rate of increase, is significantly lower in the presence of another species. Astaghfirullah, why am I thinking about it? Don't think about it. Competition is best defined as process in which the fitness of one species is a process in which fitness of one species measure in terms of its R the intrinsic. यहाँ तक पढ़ लो पहले. Competition is best defined as a process in which the fitness of one species, measured in terms of its R, the intrinsic rate of increase, is significantly lower in the presence of another species. It is relatively easy to demonstrate in laboratory. It is relatively easy to demonstrate a laboratory experiment, as Gauss and other experimental ecologists did. Okay, मैं कहाँ पर थी? यहाँ पर थी ना. Competition is best defined as a process in which the fitness of one species is significantly lower in presence of another species. Significantly lower in presence of another species. और को species को presence में एउटा स्पिसिसको फिटनेस एकदमै लोवर भएर घटेर गयो भने त्यसलाई के भन्छ? कम्पिटिसन भन्छ. कम्पिटिसन इज बेस्ट डिफाइन्ड एज अ प्रोसेस इन विच द फिटनेस अफ वान स्पिसिस is significantly lower in the presence of another species, measured in terms of its intrinsic rate of increase. It is relatively easy to demonstrate in laboratory experiment as Gauss and other. Okay, it is relatively easy to demonstrate in laboratory experiment as Gauss and other experimental ecologists did. When resources are limited, the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate. When resources are limited, the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate the other. Cause another experimental ecologist. When resources are limited, the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate the other species. The experimental ecologist data. When resources are limited, the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate the other species. But evidence for such competitive exclusion occurring in nature is not always conclusive. But evidence for such competitive exclusion occurring in nature is not always conclusive. Strong and persuasive circumstantial evidence does exist, however, in some cases. मैं क्या पढ़ रही हूँ, कहाँ से पढ़ रही हूँ? यहाँ से ना. Gauss. Easy to demonstrate in laboratory experiment as Gauss and other experimental ecologists did. When resources are limited, the competitively superior species will eventually eliminate the other species. But evidence for such competitive exclusion occurring in nature is not always conclusive. Strong and persuasive circumstantial evidence does exist, however, in some cases, the Abingdon tortoise in Galapagos Island became extinct. Okay, Abingdon tortoise. The Abingdon tortoise in Galapagos Island became extinct within a decade after goats were introduced on the island, apparently due to the greater browsing efficiency of the goats. Abingdon tortoise. Another evidence for the occurrence of competition in nature comes from what is called competitive release. Another evidence for the occurrence of competition in nature comes from the Another evidence for the occurrence of competition in nature comes from what is called competitive release. A species whose evidence for the occurrence of competition in nature comes from what is called competitive release. A species whose distribution is restricted to a small geographical area because of the presence of competitively superior species is found to expand its distributional range dramatically when the competing species is experimentally removed. Species whose distribution is restricted to a small geographical area. पता नहीं किससे बात करती रहती है जब भी अम्मा घर पे रहती है. एवोल्यूशन डार्विन फिंचेस. शट अप. चाटा खाएगा भाई, अच्छे से पढ़ ले. एवोल्यूशन कहाँ से हुआ? ये ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड पॉपुलेशन में भी डार्विन के बारे में दिया है. जय श्री हर्षा में ना आप शाम को ना वो सेशन तो करूँगी लेकिन ज़्यादा नहीं करूँगी. ओके, मैं सो जाऊँगी, फिर रात में उठ के पढ़ेंगे. अभी पढ़ते हैं ना प्लीज़, मुझे ये चैप्टर कंप्लीट करना है 4 से पहले. शट अप हूँ नहीं, शट अप टू माई सेल्फ की. बट विशु को भी डांट रही थी क्योंकि वो आई हैव टू स्पीक इन इंग्लिश राइट. Do I have to explain it, Baba? Or you got my point? I was scolding Vishu. Okay, I'll carry on. A species whose distribution is restricted to a species whose distribution is restricted to a small geographical area because of the presence of a competitively superior species. A species whose distribution is restricted to a small geographical area. A species is restricted to a small geographical area because of the presence of competitively superior species. I found, okay, because of the presence of competitively superior species is found to expand its distributional range dramatically when the competing species is experimentally removed. Cornell's elegance filled experiment. Cornell elegant field experiment showed that on a rocky sea coast of Scotland, the larger, competitively superior Balanus dominates the intertidal area and excludes the smaller barnacles. Chat, I don't know, something. Chathaemalus, Chathaemalus from the zone. Balanus exclude. Both are barnacles. Okay, Balanus barnacle excluded smaller barnacles. Chathelmus. Not chat. I don't know. Chathaemalus, I guess. Chat. Chat. Hemalus. From that zone. In general, herbivores and plant appears to be more adversely affected by competition than carnivores. Herbivores and plants appear to be more adversely affected by the competition than carnivores. Balanus को exclude कर दो. Chathaemalus. Gauss competitive exclusion principle. Cornell's elegant field experiment. Gauss competitive exclusion principle. Gauss competitive exclusion principle states that two closely related species competing for the same resources cannot coexist. Hey, but it does. Indefinitely. Cannot coexist indefinitely, and the competitively inferior one will eliminate it eventually. This may be true if resources are limiting, but not otherwise. More recent studies do not support such gross generalization about competition, while they do not rule out the occurrence of interspecific competition in nature. They point out that species facing competition might evolve mechanism that promotes coexistence rather than exclusion. One such mechanism is resource partitioning. यहाँ से PYQ आएगा. Resource partitioning. If two species compete for the same resources, they could avoid competition by choosing, for instance, different times for feeding or different foraging patterns. MacArthur showed that 5 closely related species, warblers, living on the same tree, were able to avoid competition and coexist due to behavioral difference in the foraging activities. Warblers, MacArthur. Okay, 5 closely related species of warblers. MacArthur. Parasitism. Considering that the parasitic mode of of life ensures free lodging and meals. It is not surprising that parasitism has, excuse me, evolved in so many taxonomic groups from plant to higher vertebrates. Many parasites have evolved to be host specific. They can parasite only a single species of host in such a way that both host and the parasite tend to co-evolve. That is, if the host evolves special mechanism for rejecting or resisting the parasite has to evolve mechanism to counteract and neutralize them in order to be successful with the same host species. Okay, host species. Okay. Parasite host species in accordance with their lifestyle. Parasites evolved special adaptations such as loss of unnecessary sense organs, presence of adhesive organs, presence of adhesive organs or suckers to cling on to the host, loss of digestive system, and high reproductive capacity. High reproductive capacity, loss of digestive system, loss of unnecessary sensory organs, presence of adhesive organs, suckers to cling on to the host. The life cycle of parasites are often complex, involving one or two intermediate hosts or vectors to facilitate parasitization of its primary host. Parasite Parasitization alone. Facilitate parasitization of primary host. The human liver fluke. Uh, trematode parasite. What is trematode? Human liver fluke. A trematode parasite depends on two intermediate hosts, snail and a fish, to complete its life cycle. Okay. The life cycle of parasites are often complex, involving one or two intermediate hosts or vectors to facilitate parasitization of its primary host. The human liver fluke or trematode parasite depends on two intermediate hosts, snail and fish, to complete its life cycle. The malarial parasites needs a vector mosquito to spread to other host. Majority of the parasite harms the host. They may reduce the survival growth and reproduction of the host and reduces the population density. They might render the host more vulnerable. Okay, ये तो करो ना. Mark the okay, ये छोड़ो. Majority of the parasite harms the host. Parasite harms the host, may reduce the survival growth and reproduction of the host and reduces its population density. They might render the host more vulnerable to predation by making it physically weak. Okay, do you believe that an ideal parasite should be able to thrive within? Do you believe that an ideal parasite should be able to thrive within the host? Do you believe that an ideal parasite should be able to thrive within the host without harming it? Do you believe that an ideal parasite should be able to thrive within the host without harming it? Then why didn't natural selection lead to a evolution of such totally harmless parasite? Parasite that feeds on the external surface of the host organisms are called ectoparasite. The most familiar example of this group are the lice on humans and ticks on dogs. Many marine fishes are infested with ectoparasitic copepods. Cuscata, a parasitic plant, is commonly found in growing on hedge plant. Has lost its chlorophyll and leaf in the course of evolution. It derives the nutrition from the host which which it parasitizes. The female mosquito is not considered a parasite, although it needs our blood for reproduction. In contrast, ectoparasites are those that live inside the host body at different sites: liver, kidney, lungs, red blood cell, etc. The life cycle of endoparasites are more complex because of their extreme specialization. The morphological and anatomical features are greatly simplified with emphasizing their reproductive potential. Brood parasitism. Birds is fascinating example of parasitism, in which the parasitic bird lay eggs in the nest of host and lets the host incubate them. During the course of evolution, the egg of the parasitic bird have evolved to resemble the host egg in size and color to reduce the chances of host bird detecting the foreign egg and ejecting them from the nest. Try to follow the movement of cuckoo quail and the crow in your neighborhood park during their breeding season. They're so irritating. Spring and summer, okay? And watch brood parasitism in action. Commensalism, mutualism. commensalism के बारे में नहीं दिया है क्या? सो जाती हूँ पढ़ते पढ़ते शायद. एमेंसलिज्म का मैंने एग्जाम्पल नहीं लिखा है, एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं. Example of amensalism. Example of amensalism. AMMEN SA. Okay, amensalism. Example of amensalism. An example of amensalism is a stampede of animal trampling over a field of plant are unaffected, but the plants are harmed or killed. Trampling. Allelopathy. Antibiotics. One organism produces a substance that is toxic to another organism. For example, the mold penicillin produces penicillin, which inhibits the growth of certain bacteria. A, B, commensalism. This is the interaction in which one species benefits and the other is neither harmed nor benefited. An orchid growing as an epiphyte on a mango branch. Growing as an epiphyte on a mango branch, and barnacles growing on the back of the well. Benefit. Okay, barnacles growing on the back of the well benefits, while neither the mango tree nor the well derives any apparent benefit. The cattle egrate and graze. Okay, the cattle egrate and grazing cattle in close association are sites you are most likely to catch if you live in farmed rural areas. A is a classic example of commensalism. The egret always forays close to where the cattle are grazing because the cattle, as they move, stir up and flush out insect for the vegetation that otherwise might be difficult for the egret to find and catch. Another example of commensalism is the interaction between sea anemone. Interaction between the sea anemone that has stinging tentacles and the clownfish that lives among them. Interaction between sea anemone that has stinging tentacles and the clownfish that lives among them. The fish gets protection from predators while which stays away from the stinging tentacles. The anemone does not appear to derive any benefit by hosting the clownfish. Okay, the anemone does not. The fish gets protection from predators, which stays away from the stinging tentacles. The anemone does not appear to derive any benefit by hosting the clownfish and sea anemone. Mutual relationship between fig tree and wasp. Fig flower is pollinated by wasps laying egg in a fig fruit. Mutualism. This interaction confers benefits on both the interacting species. Interaction confers benefit on both the interacting species. Lichens represent an intimate mutualistic relationship between the fungus and photosynthetic algae or cyanobacteria. Similarly, the mycorrhiza are associations between fungi and the roots of higher plants. The fungi helps the plant in the absorption of essential nutrients from the soil. Fungi helps plants in the absorption of essential nutrients from the soil, while the plants in turn provide the fungi with energy yielding carbohydrates. The most spectacular and evolutionary fascinating example of mutualism are found in plant-animal relationship. The plant need the help of animal for pollinating their flower and dispersing their seeds. Animals obviously have to be paid fees for the services that plants expect from them. Plants offer rewards or fees in the form of pollen, okay, and nectar for pollinators, and juicy and nutritious fruits for the seed disperser. Plant offer rewards or fees in the form of pollen and nectar for pollinators, and juicy and nutritious fruits for seed disperser. But the mutually beneficial system should also be safeguarded. But the mutually beneficial system. राहुल पांडे को टाइम आउट कर दिया या फिर डिलीट कर दिया शुभम ने? कितना पढ़ती है तू? जलनखोर, तू भी पढ़ ले, किसने रोका है? आलस ने रोका होगा ना? But the mutually beneficial system should also be safeguarded against cheaters. For example, animals that try to steal nectar without aiding in pollination. Now you can see why plant-animals interaction often involves co-evolution of the mutualist. That is, the evolution of the flowers and its pollinators species are tightly linked with one another. In many species of fig trees, there is a tight one-to-one relationship with the pollinator species of wasp. It means that a given fig species can be pollinated only by its partner wasp species and no other species. The female wasp uses the fruit not only as an oviposition egg-laying site but uses the developing seed within the fruit for nourishing the larvae. Wasp pollinates the fig inflorescence while searching for suitable egg-laying sites. pollinates the fig inflorescence while searching for suitable egg-laying sites. Okay. In return for the favor of pollination, the fig offers the wasp some of its developing seeds as food for the developing wasp larvae. Orchid shows a bewildering diversity of floral patterns, many of which have evolved to attract the right pollinator insect, bees and bumblebees, and ensures guaranteed pollination by it. Not all orchids offer rewards. The Mediterranean, Mediterranean orchid offers offers Mediterranean orchid offers employs sexual deceit to get pollination done by a species of bee. One petal of the flower bears one petal of the flower bears an uncanny resemblance of bee in size, color, and barking. The male bee is attracted to what it perceives as female. Pseudo copulate, aubrey, office, Mediterranean orchid office. With the flower. Female pseudo copulates with the flower, and during that process, is dusted with pollen from the flower. When this same bee pseudo copulates with another flower, it transfers pollen to it. It transfers pollen to it and thus pollinates the flower. Here you can see how co-evolution operates. If the female bee color pattern changes even slightly for any reason during evolution, pollination success will be reduced unless the orchid flower co-evolves to maintain the resemblance of its petal to the female bee. Showing bee as a pollinator on orchid. Okay, हो गया ये. अब मैं चली जाऊंगी. ओके, मेरा हो गया ये चैप्टर. आके टेस्ट देना होगा. तो 4 से तो आई डोंट नो, आज थोड़ा लेट भी हो सकता है क्लास. और चार्ज भी 20% मॉडिफिकेशन आ गया. ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड इट्स पॉपुलेशन. और लेस किया तो है. अभी जा रही हूँ मैं. ओके, बाय बाय. वैसे अभी एक टेस्ट देके जा सकते हैं, 10 मिनट है, लेकिन नहीं. आओ, गिर जाऊंगी. बाय 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 एवरीवन. सब लोग बाय बोलो मुझे. अगर तुम बाय नहीं बोलोगे तो भी मैं चली जाऊंगी, क्योंकि ना क्लास है. बाय निधि, बाय शुभम. भवा नहीं है क्या? ओके, बाय बाय भवा. आई वाज वेटिंग फॉर यू. बाय एवरीवन.